All right. Hopefully everybody is able to see my screen now and can hear me loud and clear. I welcome you all participants on our day 2 of the training session for the data science using Python. Let's get started. Just to give you a quick overview, yesterday we have covered with our central tendencies, mean, median, mode, their definition. So our discussion was going on with the description of what is data analytics, what are the different steps which are involved in it, how does we analyze the data, and from this data how does we can analyze the discrepancies in the data, and also we can analyze the anomalies in the data. Like in this financial data, these 3 points are the discrepancies, are the anomalies which are not following the regular pattern of transactions for a person in the month of in all these different months and all these different days. In the introduction to data analytics, we learn about that these are the various processes which you need to follow while writing the program. You need to first study your business problem, then the various tools that we have discussed yesterday about the data acquisition. There were some tools that we discussed. Can you name few? What are the data acquisition tools that we have discussed? Anybody? Just to have a quick revision of yesterday's topics. So what were the different data acquisition tools that we discussed yesterday? Data acquisition tools. First one was a Scrappy, Beautiful Soup. These were the tools, and APIs, various APIs of the applications. These are all becomes your source to perform the data acquisitions, to get the data. Data wrangling. In the data wrangling part, we majorly focus on cleaning the data, and this is done by super simple library called as pandas. Then we perform our EDA to explore the data to get the insight about the data. This provides us the good insight about the data. What are the helping tools in this from the Python library that provides us? Name please. EDA is done by what? Which libraries? As these are all related to the graphical representation of the data or mathematical insights. This will be either graphical representations or statistical analysis. So it is done by library like Matplotlib. Next. Seaborn, Plotly, etc. And then data exploration, conclusion or prediction. This is where we will use the maths, machine learning, and then finally end-set communication. So there were different things that we discussed here. We had already discussion about them in depth, and we were discussing at our EDA part, which basically uses your quantitative techniques. So we have discussed about the quantitative, what is the difference between your quantitative and qualitative data. So we did discuss about it earlier as well. Challenges in the audio from my side. Let me check. Perfect. So we discussed about the important measurement about the quantitative data. So if your data is of continuous type, especially if it is of numerical type of data, if this is your numerical type of data, which can be further divided into discrete as well as your continuous forms, these measurements could be implied: mean, median, mode. Mode is basically your most frequent data. Apart from that, in these we can also apply the techniques like variance, standard deviation, and your interquartile range, given by your IQR. So this part, these sections, we will be having their discussion when we will learn about them in practicals. When we'll be implementing them, then I'll come back to these points once again. For the time being, just understand that variance gives us the details about how data is deviated from the mean. That's the variance. Standard deviation is the square root of the variance, so it also tells you that how the data is varying, or how the observations is varying from the mean of the overall sample distribution. Moving ahead, EDA. This is majorly of a graphical techniques, and we had discussed about how does the histograms are plotted. Let us see what are the details that this plot provides us. So this plot could be also added with one more plot, with another plot, which is called as density plot. EDA can be done by mathematical techniques that we discussed. EDA can be done by your graphical technique. Let's see that. Explorative data analysis. So let's talk about, there are two plots here. One is called as histogram plot, which we studied already yesterday, and scatter plot are two popular graphs that basically depicts the relationship of the data. If you will see the histogram, this tells you the spread of the data. This tells you the spread of the data distribution. This tells you the spread of the data distribution. That's how your spread of the data looks like. Between 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 20 to 21, 20 to 25, 25 to 30. Or maybe we can also distribute it another way. Let's say 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 60 to 70, 70 to 80, 80 to 90. And there will be one more spread, let's say 90 to 100. What this could be representing here, this is, let us say, this will be your marks, and this is your representation of the frequency. So in this case, what the histogram will be presenting here is the distribution of marks. You can call it as your distribution of, or spread of the marks. Distribution of marks. Alright. If I'll ask you a few simple questions from this plot, my question is, range of the marks, these are your different range of the marks which is distributed here between 0 to 10, 10 to 20. The overall, what will be the range of the total overall marks? 0 to 100. Okay, this will be 0 to 100. Next, I'll ask you the most frequent marks. What will be the mode in this case? If I'll ask you what is the mode in this case, which is the most frequent range? Which is the most frequent range? 40 to 50. Correct? Everybody is getting? This is the mode. Most frequent data. Most frequent data. This is your frequencies at different range. That means it is presenting basically a chart of the students who have scored the marks in different score range. So the most frequent range is between 40 to 50. Okay. What is the meaning of variance? When I say variance, so for that, I'll draw a plot at mean. Let us imagine my mean is at mu equals to 50. Let us imagine my mu of the distribution was at mu equals to 50. Let's draw it exactly here. Okay. Let us say this is my mu, and I'll imagine that my mu of the value is 50. Correct? So how does your variance is calculated? The variance will be calculated on the basis of this spread. So suppose we have got a sample S here, and I wanted to find out this sample S value, how much deviated this sample is from its, what will be the variance for this sample, or what will be the standard deviation. So remember, your variance is basically nothing but it is represented by your spread of the data, okay, or the deviation of the sample from its mean. Sorry, I'm looking at the whiteboard. Deviation of sample S1 from sample mean which is given by mu. We have a proper formula. I don't want to go into the math. First study in a normal terms. Alright. Then I'll introduce the mathematics. The formulas and all. Okay. There are some keywords here which I'll not discuss right now. What is skewness? What is outliers? These we can do nicely when we will proceed ahead to our chapter number 3. These things will come again. What will be the overall spread of the data? What will be the overall spread of the data? So when I say spread of the data, then this is the entire spread. Spread of sample distribution. This is called as your spread of the sample distribution. Okay. So from this you can also find out some more details about it. Hopefully I have understood through this graphical plot. Next is we need to understand the scatter plot. A scatter plot basically gives us a very nice details about if there are two variables here x and y, how they are related to each other. What type of relationship could be there between x and y? Let us take, I think yesterday we did talk about some scatter plot, right? I'll just give you details once again if you might have forgotten. there are two type of relationships which could be there, three type of relationships that the scatter plot can tell us. No. They are not identical. Spread means just the how data is basically how the data is ranging. All right. So you can call it as in terms of data points, but spread basically generate like how much it is deviated. You see the frequency distribution as well in this case, and then you check at how large is your spread of the distributions. Okay, so basically it is part of your plot and it is not part of the numbers and all. Range will be definitely will be in number. Let's talk about the scatter plot and three relationships. What are the three relationships scatter plot can tell us? Point number A. First relationship will be directly proportional. Everybody understand proportionality? One is directly proportional. In this case, I can take an example of, I'll continue the same example of your price of the vehicle versus some other features this time, maybe. Suppose my price is represented as Y, and on the X side we have got the city mileage, sorry, direct relationship should be there, price of the vehicle and could be there between this. Maybe we can generate it with the help of power of the engine. These will be directly proportional to each other. Let's present them in the plot. Next is indirect. Now there is another name for this directly proportional part. Remember, try to remember this as these terms will I'll use more, and that is called as positively correlated. Positively correlated. Correlation is the measure of linearity. With the help of correlation you can change. So what happens here? With the increase in power, there is an increase in price. So that's the reason why you can see that these are positively correlated. When your one value is increasing, the other value is also increasing. This means directly proportional. Both are directly proportional to each other. Next is indirect. Inverse relationship or indirectly proportional. Indirect proportional. This is your indirect relationship. Let's take here our Y value, which will be price. And on the X side, let's take here our city mileage. What will happen in this case? With increase in X, as your mileage of the vehicle will increase, the price will drop. With increase in the city mileage of the vehicle, the price will increase. With price will decrease. So you can call this as inversely related to each other, inversely proportional. Or you can also call it as negatively correlated. Negatively correlated. You can call both indirect, inversely proportional to each other. Use one word. So with increase in one, the other will decrease. From the plot, it is clear. In this case, you will find a negatively correlated value between these. Between these two, the relationship is negatively correlated. Okay, that means mileage, city mileage and the price, both are negatively correlated. This is also the term, or you can use the term like both are inversely proportional to each other. There is an inverse relationship between your price and city mileage. Similarly, in terms of price and the power of the engine, both are positively correlated. That means with increase in power, the price will also increase. So they both will be exactly opposite of each other. Part number C is your no relation. There could be a scenario when there will be no relation. So in this case, what will happen? You will see a plot like this. In this case, your plot will be like this. So this means that when your x value is increasing, there is no effect on the y. In this case, what you will call it as no correlation, zero correlation, or better say, weak correlation between them. When there is a weak correlation between them, that means the effect of x, there is no effect of x on the y. Whether this x value is increasing or the x value is decreasing, the price is unaffected from this. Okay, so that's how the things are. Fine. So three important plots, three important details that we get it from our scatter plots. Three important details we get it from the scatter plot. Now hopefully you have understood all these points, the three different type of plots which our scatter plot can tell us, that how your x and y are related. Please remember these points as they will again come, all right, in our other terminologies. So I'll use again, maybe I'll just ask you at that point. So please remember this point, that how these values are related to each other. So just to give you a quick summary, with increase in power, the price will be increasing. With increase in city mileage, your price is decreasing. That means in one case, in this case, both the values are positively correlated. With increase in power, there will be increase in price. In city mileage versus price, both are negatively correlated. That means with increase in city mileage of the vehicle, the price will fall. And we are considering some x value for which I just draw the relationship in which what we are seeing here is that doesn't matter if your x value is increasing or decreasing, it is not affecting the price of the vehicle. It is unaffected. So in this case, there will be no relation or weak correlation between them. Weaker correlation or no relation between them. Back to our EDA part. The graphical techniques are important. Hypothesis. Next part is hypothesis. Quite an important part, and I will be using these terminologies in depth. For the time being, let's get started. The steps involved here reaching in conclusion and making predictions based on data analysis. In this step, the major task is to draw conclusions and make predictions. There is a heavy use of mathematical and statistical function in this phase. Model selection, model training, model tested on the trained model are the important tasks for this phase that help us in making predictions and forecasting. This whole process is also known as machine learning, where the data analysis becomes fully or semi-automated with minimal or no human intervention. Machine learning, how does you can define it in simple terms? We are trying to particularly perform an analysis to make predictions. We are trying to build models that can make predictions, and these will be without the human intervention. I mean, just remember here that these MLs will create some rules, and on the basis of these rules, it will make prediction. So you take the data, to feed the data to the ML algorithms, which are untrained algorithms. To feed them into the algorithms. These are untrained algorithms. Then it becomes trained ML algorithms. When we have converted them into trained ML algorithm, then we can use these algorithms to check its, particularly it will give you the rules. And this is without any human intervention. The ML algorithms has a property of self-learning. These ML algorithms has a property of self-learning. All it requires is an enough amount of data. The more will be the data, the better will be its performances. Okay, so that's what it is trying to say when it says that no human intervention is required, or minimal human intervention will be required in this training phase. Once it is a self-learning phase, it gets trained, then it gives you the rules, and from these rules, make predictions. Make predictions, and these predicted value, we can use it for our analysis purposes. So that's the first phase, and hopefully you can understand it from this flowchart that what exactly the ML will be doing. So we draw conclusions here and we make predictions. That's what this phase was all about. And whenever it comes to the predictions part, making predictions part, ML will be used. Hypothesis, what exactly is a hypothesis and where does we use it? Is it only related to the data sets? So let's try to answer these questions. Hypothesis is basically used in to establish a relationship between dependent and independent variables. Let's take some example first, and then I will discuss what exactly the hypothesis testing provides us. So let's talk about this. A very important section is started here. Pay attention. Hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing is used in research and analytics to understand the relationship between dependent and independent variables. Suppose I have got some dependent variable data. Some dependent variables are there in case of mine. Got here my some dependent variable. Let us say I will be representing it as with the help of y. I will always be using it as y. So whenever I will be using y, let's make it clear at the beginning. Y is used in general everywhere to denote your dependent variable. So I wanted to check that if this y is actually dependent or there is any relationship between this and some sort of a dependent variable. Which could be said as in terms of x. So this is where hypothesis could be handy. That it can basically try to check the relationship or understand the relationship between these two variables. And then it can give the conclusions. We study the conclusions, we check whether our hypothesis that we have assumed is true or it is false. What is going on? Correct, it is independent only. Independent, correct. This is independent here. Saying dependent and independent, but here it was dependent written. Please don't take this one. This was independent only. Alright. Fine. So moving ahead here to our few more definitions we can take. That's an overall part. Let's take some few examples to make our things more clear. Let us say we are having two categorical values. Okay, I'll just take, this could be established between numerical values, categorical values. So first of all, I'll try to take it with the help of categorical values. So if we have got categorical data, let's say I wanted to check if there is a relationship between my hypothesis is, okay, I'm just giving some example, okay? Let's try to understand it. Say, for example, I wanted to test something, and here my hypothesis is that there is relation between two categorical values, okay, or not values, rather variables. One will be dependent, the other will be independent variable, but their nature is categorical type. So we can take an example. Let's say if I wanted to check if there is a relationship between smoker and gender. My hypothesis is yes, there is a relationship between these two independent categorical data, that is smoker and gender. So let's try to check. So we'll do the hypothesis testing over this, and what we do here is we basically try to apply here the relationship, try to establish the relationship. If in this case there's a term here which is used, it will come later here. Okay, two terms, alternative hypothesis and null hypothesis. Imagine that what we will do here is that if our hypothesis, whatever we have thought, okay, whatever we are testing, if this becomes true, then we'll say that our null hypothesis is null hypothesis is true. If our assumptions were true, we will say that our null hypothesis will be true. It is usually represented as H0. If our assumptions, whatever our assumption was there, if it becomes inverse of it, that means if the hypothesis testing says that no, there is no relationship between smoker and gender, that means if it comes out to be no relationship, we will assume that this is represented as null hypothesis. Alternative, opposite. Whatever our assumption is there, this will be considered as part of null hypothesis. So our assumption was that there is a relationship, and if it becomes reverse, it is called as alternative hypothesis. They are represented as HA and H0. Now coming back to our questions. So hopefully you have understood. We will try to say that through the median of hypothesis that there is a relationship between y and x. That means y is dependent on x. This will be called as your null hypothesis. And if this is get rejected, that means when we perform our real stat test, and if this becomes rejected, then what we will conclude, that because your null hypothesis is rejected, it means that alternative hypothesis is true, and this will be opposite of our assumption. What was our assumption? That your y was dependent on x. There is a relationship between y and x. This was null hypothesis. Alternative hypothesis will be there is no relationship between y and x, or in other words, y is independent of x. Clear? This is your overall perspective of null hypothesis testing. Clear, everybody? Now we can take few more examples. I'll say it again. Null hypothesis is basically our assumption. It is all based upon some research analysis. This is related to whenever we do some sort of a hypothesis testing. Let's go back. Yes. So hypothesis is used in research and analytics to understand relationship between two things. One is called as your dependent variable. The other one is called as independent variable. You can take any of the values on your this dependent variable side and independent variable side from the samples which are available to us, from the data set which is available to us. In this example, I have taken two data sets, two variables, smoker and gender. What I assumed here is that My assumption, my hypothesis is that there is a relationship between smokers and gender. That means if a person will be a smoker or not is dependent on gender, whether the person is male or female. This is my null hypothesis. This is called as my null hypothesis. Then we will perform the real test. Okay. The test will give us the more conclusive evidence. By analyzing those evidences, we will confirm that whether our null hypothesis was true or our alternative hypothesis is true, which means my null hypothesis was, if this becomes false, that means alternative hypothesis becomes true. And if your alternative hypothesis becomes true, whatever the assumption you have assumed at the beginning, it will be exactly opposite of it. So what was our assumption? There is a relationship between smokers and gender. What will be alternative hypothesis? No relationship between smoker and gender. Clear? Yes, participants, clear now? So that's what the hypothesis is all about. And now we can move ahead to proceed with our further details. Try to respond as much as you can do in the chat window. That will help us is, no, it is not only for the categorical values. This was just an example. The dependent variable and the independent variable could be anything. The nature is not important. Yes, you are correct. Here the dependent variable will be smoker and the independent variable will be gender. So our assumption was smoker is dependent on gender. That means if a person is a smoker or not, this will depend upon its gender. Formulating a hypothesis could be used for both quantitative as well as qualitative analysis to address a research problem. Remember this part. This is not only true for, if you are assuming that it is only for the categorical data, then it is wrong. This formulating hypothesis, not testing. Formulating hypothesis is used for both qualitative as well as quantitative analysis to address research problem. From our given data set. Now let's consider here. So there are many key considerations of the hypothesis building, testable explanation of a problem or the observation, used in quantitative as well as qualitative analysis to provide your research solutions, involves two variables, one dependent on the other. Independent variable manipulated by the researcher. Dependent variable changes when the independent variable changes. This is our hypothesis. If your hypothesis becomes true, this is our assumption. Okay. An independent variable is one whose value is manipulated by the researcher or data scientist. A dependent variable is a variable whose values presumed to change as a result of changes in the independent variable. So if our hypothesis becomes true, that means what was my assumption, that your dependent variable There is a relationship between this dependent variable and independent variable. So if your hypothesis proves, if my hypothesis proves to be true by our testing, it will mean that with change in x, there will be change in the y. Now this could be either direct or indirect, but there will be some sort of a relationship which will be there if your hypothesis becomes true. Don't say it in terms of true and false. There is a terminology I have used called as either null hypothesis will be true or alternative hypothesis will be true. So either we will accept the null hypothesis or we will reject the null hypothesis. Just remember these 2 points. If you reject the null hypothesis, that means your hypothesis was false, and that will be your alternative hypothesis. These are the terms which we have to start using. Null hypothesis will be true or alternative hypothesis will be true. Let us consider here what are the things which where the hypothesis actually help us in real scenarios. So one answer is in the real scenarios we try to find the correct features. Find features with help of hypothesis testing. Right? What did we said that y related to x? Now there could be multiple x as well. There could be x1 in your data. There could be x1. There could be x2. There could be x3, x4. Multiple values could be there. So how does you will able to understand that if these are actually making your y change? That means with a change in the x1, there is a change in the y. Similarly, with a change in x2, there is a change in the y. So are they actually dependent or not? This is called as feature selections, and this is easily done by your hypothesis testing. That's one real case use scenario where we will actually see the data, especially when it will be of when we will not able to get it from our scatter plots or correlations. When they will fail, then here our hypothesis will come into the rescue here. Sometimes correlation is not enough. How correlation will be used if your nature of the data is discrete? How you will check it? Yes. In that case, your correlation will be not helpful. Correlation is only when both the nature of the data is continuous. What about if your y is a categorical data or discrete data? It is numerical, but it is discrete. How you will establish the relationship between x and y with the help of correlation matrix? Not true. Hypothesis is best. Alright, so that was all about the early phases. These hypothesis testings will come again with our all these scenarios when we will apply it to our real data sets. That will make more sense. This was just an introduction. So where does it help? It helps us in feature engineering, where we get the where it will make sense of the data. Also, as I said, in the real case scenario, that this could be helpful in feature selections. This could be helpful in finding the real features for with respect to your y value, which is my dependent variable. So actually they are dependent or not, we can figure out through the hypothesis testing. So this is important. Hypothesis building, a way to design, model, and predict the unknown, can be done using feature engineering. This includes identifying meaningful features based on your data that we just tried here. And remember this part, that your hypothesis could be used, it is used for features, finding your meaningful features, when your other things like scatter plot or things like your correlations, when they will fail, easily you can apply the hypothesis testing methods on your y value, which is dependent, and the features or the probable features. So we can apply it and we check whether it is accepted or rejected. On the basis of that, we will decide whether if there is a relationship between y and x1, similarly y with x2, we will check them independent, we will check them one by one, similarly y with x3. All right, so that's how the things work in terms of your hypothesis, and this helps us in your using feature engineering part. Okay, one more part we can discuss about the hypothesis. So let us imagine a scenario when you have a population. Now when we say population, it means yes, in most of our scenarios, we will assume that we have just one dependent variable for which we will make predictions. There will be just one y. Okay. Coming back to here, this part, saying that let us say we have got a scenario where we have a population. Now population will be, what is the meaning of population? It means a large set. This is large set of the data. Whereas sample, this is a smaller subset of data, of population, sorry. This population is not related to just the human population. This is your entire data, which will be huge in size. We never ever apply anything on the population. What we apply is on the sample. I'm talking about hypothesis testing. We don't apply our assumptions on population. The reason is the population size is large. It will take more time. This is your entire set of the data. Okay. Sample data is basically will be taken a few percentage from the population. We apply all the testing to your sample data set. All right, and whatever the results we conclude, we assume that this will be holding true for the population as well. So whatever the result we apply on the sample, whatever the results we conclude from the sample data set after applying the hypothesis testing, our assumption will be also there that the results or the outcome will be also holding true for the population data set as well. So population is a large data set and sample is a part of it. A sample is drawn from the population where you apply, which will have all the main attributes or features that represent the characteristics of the population. So you will be only taking percentage of the data, but all your features will be there, part of the data in this case. All features will be part of sample, whatever the number of features are there in the population, which will be represented by your x1, x2, x3, x4, etc., let's say xn. So if these are your n number of features, all these n number of features, you will find them in sample as well. Only the point is that the population size of the data, the number of rows of the data will be more, whereas in the sample, we will take only a simple percentage of the data. Alright, so an ideal sample can be treated as population itself, and the hypothesis outcome for a sample would be holding true for the entire population. That's the point that you have to remember from this. So when you draw the sample, you apply the hypothesis. We assume that if any hypothesis becomes true for the sample, that will be holding true for the population as well. In ideal case scenario, apply it onto the population rather than applying onto the sample. What I was saying was that we don't apply if your population size is large. Imagine your population size is not that large and it could be implemented, and you have enough number of resources. So ideally apply it, please stay away onto the population. But as a researcher, as an analyst, our assumptions will be that the sample that we have drawn from the population, we will apply it, and whatever the testing we will perform, that will be holding true for the population set as well. This will be also part of your, as an assumption, you will always keep this with you, that whatever you have applied for sample, this will be holding true for the population as well. Now in real world, whether it is true or not, that is something else. In ideal case scenario, or your ideal sample should be treated as your population itself. Okay, ideally apply on the population and then take your testings. Alright, now in this example, actually we are considering here two hypotheses. So what we are assuming is we have taken two samples, we have drawn two samples here, and we are trying to perform here some testing. Alright, what we are assuming is so let us see here that there are two means here. One mean is your for sample 1, second mean is your sample 2. Two means are there from the two different samples. Let's say this is your sample number 2 and this is representing your sample number 1. Alternative hypothesis statement. Proposed model outcome is accurate and matches the data. There is no difference between the mean of sample S1 and S2. If this becomes true, what is the hypothesis in this? The hypothesis is that we are assuming that these two samples are part of same population. This is our assumption. Our assumption is that all these values in this case you can see that our assumption is sample S and sample S2 both are part of the population. So how does this will become true? It will become true when their means become same. It is related to the mean value. What we are trying to measure here, we are trying to check the means that the sample mean is statistically similar to the population mean. If your sample mean is equals to the population mean, it will mean that both of these sample is part of your population, of the same population. This is your null hypothesis, which is obviously opposite of your alternative hypothesis. And in this case, we assume that there is no difference between the means of S1 and S2. And if there is no difference between S1 and S2 sample means, it means both are part of your same population. Alternative hypothesis will be exactly opposite of it. It will say that both the mean, if it is not equal, will say that no, there is a difference between the means of sample 1 and sample 2, and hence your null hypothesis will be rejected, and or we can also use in other way that it is failed. We will reject the null hypothesis and we will say that your alternative hypothesis is true. So that's how it works. This is your another example which you can try. I mean, this could be treated as a certain example. Let me tell you how does we can take it. Some example we can take, another alternative example. Suppose we are trying to create a test between two groups. So there will be example number 2. Let us say we have got age. Okay, various age are there, and there will be a lot of numbers in this case: 10, 20, 35, 50, 28, 16, 25, 38, 39, 42. Some lot of samples we generated. Remember, population will be large in size. Population will be large in size. Okay, some more samples I will write here: 19, 21, 70, etc. So this is population. What you will do in this case is you will take a larger data set and you will calculate its mean. This will be called as your population mean. This will be called as your population mean. Correct? Now you will draw one sample from it. Draw some sample. Let's say we have just drawn sample size as 10. This was having, let's say, 50 samples or 100 samples. From that 100 samples, we have drawn just 10 samples. Once we have taken 10 sample here, this will be called as your age sample. Let us say this is my variable. So randomly we will choose the value. We will randomly choose the value and then we will perform. Let's say the values that we have got here is 28, 31, 21, 55, 30, 18, 24, 35, 28, 50. These are all your different samples which will be taken. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 10 values has been 10 values has been drawn. What we will do? We will calculate the mean of this. This will be called as your mu sample 1. Whatever the value we are coming up here, let's say this is your mu 1 and this is your mu 2, the population 1. Fine. So we will compare again these means and then we will conclude whether your age sample is part of the population or not. So what will be our first statement? Our assumption is first null hypothesis. Null hypothesis will be that we will say a statement like null hypothesis will mean that sample mean is statistically similar to population mean. Remember, this is our assumption. Now, don't consider here by doing that you will calculate the mean of this, then calculate the mean of this, and then you will compare whether they are equal or not. It is not about that. It is our assumption that this is true or not. So here they will be not exactly equal. This is our theoretical assumption. You will apply it, and if there will be some sort of differences will be there. Slight differences is fine, but what is important here is our statement. What is our statement? That if this null hypothesis is particularly retained, this will mean that this sample mean is equals to the population mean, and hence you can say that your sample is actually part of population. That's our main point. Similarly, alternative hypothesis statement will be what? Null hypothesis is rejected. That's our point. You can try it for multiple samples, multiple random samples. Alright, so that's how the point is. Now, in this case, please don't get confused, participants, especially the beginners. This is our assumption. Practically, both values may differ when you calculate, but through the test, if we get the result that null hypothesis is true, that means they are part of the same group. That means population and your sample mean they are same, which means that the sample is basically drawn from the population. This is our testing part. Alright, and that's where hypothesis testing plays an important role. So we can try it for different samples. We can also try it for two groups of samples, and then we can compare it to our population, and then we either reject the null hypothesis or we say that the null hypothesis has failed to get rejected. In the other way, null hypothesis will be accepted. So that's it. This is all about it. About hypothesis testing, it was very simple. Two different examples I have taken. One was for the categorical term, one was for the numerical term. In the numerical term, mean is basically compared. And in the theoretical part, we do it in a different way. So we will consider here. In my example, I was comparing that. This was the example I had taken, so take it this way. All right, so I'll just repeat this statement which I was saying, that I assumed this is my population of ages. There are 100 such samples here. Out of this 100 samples, I calculated the mean. I have assumed that the mean population is mu1. Mu of the population of these ages is represented as mu1. Out of this, I have taken a sample. All right, and the mean of this has been assumed as mu2. Our null hypothesis in this case will be that, what will be our assumption in hypothesis testing? Our assumption is that these two values, this sample mean is actually equals to the population mean, which also means that this sample has been actually part of this bigger population. It has been actually taken from this bigger population. So this sample is part of the population. How does we prove it? We prove it by comparing their means. All right, and this is not about a mathematical calculation of their means, and then we check whether their mean is exactly same or not. It's not about that. It is hypothesis testing. We apply in a different way, and there is a some sort of a percentage error will be always there in this, which will be ignored. So we compare it by the hypothesis testing, and our two statements will be something like this. Our assumption will be that the sample mean is equal to the population mean, which means that our null hypothesis becomes true. It means that sample is part of the population. When your null hypothesis is true, I will assume that our sample is part of the population. Next is alternative hypothesis, which means that both are rejected. Our assumption is rejected or failed to reject. So there will be only two ways: either it will fail to reject, or it will be rejected. Fine. Practical part of this, if we are still confused about it, then I will say that let's wait for the practicals. There, when you will see the data, we will apply it. You will be able to understand it better. This was all about the theoretical part, and that's how this is helpful. Now that we know about how these things are there, last step is communication in this part. I request all the participants to let's not introduce those terminologies which we have not touched yet. We are at the beginning of the points, like no use of central limit theorem, no use of normally distributed. What are these terms? They will be coming up. When they will come, then I'll discuss in depth. For the time being, we need to just get an idea here. There are other participants as well who are extremely beginners. So let's not confuse others, and let's stick to whatever the topic which is going on. Similarly, no discussion of the p-values. If you know these terms, that's well enough. That means you already know that how these things are applied. The last step of the data analysis is communication, where the analyzed data is formally presented to stakeholders. Obviously, this will be, so the last step of data analysis is communication, where the analyzed data is formally presented to stakeholders. Use of several data visualization techniques that make your communication effective. Data analysis can be presented in various forms, such as visual graphs, plotting maps, creating reports, writing white papers, or even through nice presentations. So these are your different data analysis could be done through this way. Data visualization, we will do it practically there. We will again discuss about the various plots, starting from our line plot to your box plot to pie charts, etc. Very powerful medium to explain the data, to show the hidden patterns of the data. So identified pattern, and that's how you can summarize data visualization. Identify hidden patterns. It also establishes the trends present in the data and guides the analysis process. Let's move ahead. Few types of plotting are there here in this case. Different types of plotting for the numerical data to categorical data. So let's study about it. There are various types which are used for plotting, like numerical data. There are two types of numerical data, discrete as well as continuous. Discrete value, distinct values or discrete value is called as, it will be distinct or counted. For example, number of employees in a company, a number of a student in a classroom. These will be your limited in count. These are countable values. So they will be distinct. Continuous data, we already talked about it. Continuous data could be range from anything. It could be starting from 0 to infinity, minus infinity to plus infinity, could be any value. So within a range, this could be measured like height, weight, etc. These are the common examples. Similarly, you can take an example of your city mileage. Within a range, this will be continuous for a group of vehicles. There are two types of categorical data are there, cluster or group. Okay, ordinal data. Ordinal data is basically called as your group data, group of data. Like for example, rank. In the ranking, the group of the data will be ranked, will be ordered. Like for example, there could be grades. Grades will be, when you say grades, you get an answer of that they will be ranked accordingly. So A grade is first, then B, then C, then D. This is called as your ordered data. You can take few more examples here when it comes to ordering your or giving the ranks. So these are part of your ordinal data here. These are part of your ordinal data. Could we have some more examples which could be supporting your ordinal data? Ordinal data could be with which we can get a insight that will be giving a sense of order. So just like we have given the example of grades, so we can have some more examples from anybody. Numbers will be not allowed in this. Ordinal is categorical data, and what is the categorical data? What is the definition of categorical data? Quantitative. Non-numerical data will be your categorical. Post of employees, very good. Post of employees. This could be another example where first on the bottom you will be having the associates. We have our software engineers here, right? Then, so first it starts with associate. Next, what will be the next in this case? Then it will be your greater rank, like let's say senior developer, then you'll go with the manager, and so on. Gender, how you will rank the gender? I mean, that is something. Education level, that's correct. So these are your different types of data. Next is your time series. This will be time dependent. Data presented in terms of date, month, year, etc. Data presented with respect to date. Usually we convert our data into the terms of signals. See, any data which is related to or which is dependent on time, that will be considered as time series. Alright, so data which is measured in terms of time, only that will be considered. Can we measure speech with respect to time? I mean, what will be the relationship between me talking right now with respect to the time part? Words per minute, I don't think so will be there. I mean, you can talk about the terms like sales, transactions, these type of data, sales, transactions. Next, shares price, etc. COVID cases, correct. From the current scenario, COVID cases. Production part with respect to time, revenue, transactions, all these are your time series part of the data. The plots part we will discuss in our session. That I think that will be discussed later. It's better there. And I think we have already covered this part. So an important point to note here is that data analytics process is an iterative one. This means that during every step of process, you have to check the original question or intent to ensure that the analysis is on the right track. Right? You start from the business problem till here, whatever the conclusion you are or the predictions you are making, or if you are performing some hypothesis testing to select your features. Doing all these activity, you need to keep in your mind that your business problem is still the same. Whether it is EDA, cleaning the data, performing hypothesis testing and selecting the features, performing some assumptions, or rejecting our assumptions. All these should lead to your business problem. So that's it. This is all about our part. This is just the summary that we have covered in our last section. And that's it. These are, obviously we have already talked about these libraries earlier, right? The data acquisition library we know, data wrangling we already know, data exploration, etc., etc. So nothing new. We already know about these terms. Let's try to check our whatever we have studied. All right, so what is the goal of data acquisition? Quite a simple one. What we do in our data acquisition. This is an MCQ part, so you need to check which all are true. Please read all the statement before you start jumping into giving your answer. A, definitely correct. Collect the data from the various data sources. Answer the business questions through the graphics. Or collect the web server logs, yes. Scrap the web through the web APIs, yes. I think this is not correct because this is talking about the graphical representation of the data, which we don't do it with the help of at the stage of your data acquisition. What will be this part? What will be this part doing here? What will be the answer for this? What will be the answer for this? Which basically gives is the answer of graphics, EDA or visualization. EDA or visualization. So that's great. I think most of you are able to answer these questions. Both could be there. Graphics could be used in both the ways. All right. So correct answer is ACD. I think everybody has given the correct answer. Let's go to the next part. What is exploratory data analysis techniques? Analysis of the data using quantitative techniques conducted only on a small subset of the data. Analysis of data using graphical techniques, definitely. Suggest model that best fit the data. Okay, tell me. Remember, analysis, exploratory data is not only visualization, but it is also applying the statistical method. Mean, median, mode, central tendencies, variance, those are also part of your exploratory data analysis. So keeping that in your mind, give the correct answer. Correct answer will be ACD. I think most of you have already given it. ACD is the correct answer. Analysis of the data is done using quantitative techniques, analysis of data using graphical techniques, and it suggests the model that best fit the data as well. Next. While which plotting technique is used for continuous data? This we haven't discussed yet. So even if you will give the wrong answer, that's fine. But I think this is not that tough. Continuous data is there. That means our value will be of a small range. One plot is very much true, which I discussed already, and that was histogram. While discussing about the histogram, I said it clearly that histogram is used for the continuous data. All right. Next, line chart. So which plotting technique is used for the continuous data? Line chart and histogram. Heat map is used for multivariate data. That means multiple variables. And it is not important that this will be presenting. This is basically related to your correlation type of things. There we use it. Multiple continuous data are required for the heat map. We are talking about a single continuous data. That's why the heat map will be rejected. That's the reason why we have also rejected the regression plot, because here also we need our two values minimum. Otherwise we could have used for the regression plot as well. So guys, remember, these are your techniques, B, A, and C. Next, which Python library is the main machine learning library? Only one, scikit-learn. Which of the following includes data transformation, merging, aggregation, group by operation, and reshaping? Only and only one thing, and that will be data wrangling. Starting from cleaning the data, transforming the data, performing the group by, reshaping the data, performing the aggregation methods, all goes to wrangling. Which measure of central tendency is used to catch outliers in the dataset? Okay, let me tell you. This is basically related to a plot which is called as median. Your definition of outliers. Outliers is defined by in terms of median. How does we define it by the terms of median? So it's part of a simple plot which is called as box plot, and this is how it represented. It is again part of a continuous data. This is also one of the plot which is used for the continuous data representation. This is your minimum value. This line is median, and this line is max region. Currently, I'm going to discuss it only in terms of this. So how does we define it? We define it in terms of 50th percentile value. So let us consider here so value beyond this can be explained in terms of median. Alright, this max region is actually defined by the median part. So that could be that is one of the reasons why we consider the median as our one of the parameter to define our outliers part. So from the measure of the central tendency, this could be helpful in finding the outliers in the data, and the answer could be median. Easily we can present it. Okay, the calculations and all we will discuss it later, but from the graph, just understand that with the value of median, we can define this max region, and when we are particularly checking this value, we can easily define in terms of the median part. We can define in terms of the median part that if it is greater than the max region or if it is greater than the min region, then we can define our outliers in this way. What is the question? Just read the question here. My question is, how does we catch the outliers? How does we find the outliers? Which defines our outliers? Median. Alright guys, so let us try to understand this outlier thing. As I think few participants might be having confusion that what is this outliers is coming up. So let's try to define it. How does we can define? Pretty simple. The few terms we need to define here. One is called as your interquartile range. This is called as These are terms, okay, and you need to remember it like this: interquartile range. Okay, why quarter? Basically, this is your first quarter of the range, called as your Q1, and call this as 25th percentile. First quarter region. This is your first quarter. 25th percentile from min value to 25 to your Q1. Next is your Q2. This is 50th percentile. Q3, 75th percentile. Alright. What is Q1? First quartile. Remember, first quartile. Q2, median, or your 50th% of your overall distribution. Next is Q3. Q3 is your third quartile. Name is quartile. Now let's calculate our IQR. Let us calculate IQR. What is IQR? Q3 minus Q1. That means we find the differences between them. Remember here, this is how your IQR is calculated. Now let's come to the question of how these boundaries are calculated. These are not your actual minimum value or actual max value. These are your maximum boundaries of the min and the max, which is computed in terms of IQR. So let's calculate it. So what is the definition of outliers? How does you will consider that if your value is an outlier or not? So how does we define? We define it in terms of, let's find your max region. Max will be calculated by Q3 plus 1.5 times of IQR. Similarly, we can take a value of min, which could be defined by Q1 plus Q1 minus 1.5 times of interquartile range. Now these are our definitions of the max region and min region. Okay, remember Q1 is max region is Q3 plus 1.5 times of IQR, and minimum value is Q1 minus 1.5 times of IQR. That's your maximum allowed value and minimum allowed value. Alright, now if any value is greater than max, or if any value is smaller than min regions, they will be considered as outliers. That is the definition through these quartiles. So remember this part, those who are not understanding what is exactly outliers. These will be the values which are away from your collected group of the samples. Anomalies, these will be away from your regions, the main group of the regions where most of your data is found. They are called as outliers. Alright, so that's how it is. That's the definition of outliers. Give me 1 minute. We'll continue after that. That's how, guys, you can define your outliers in terms of your various definitions. One of the definitions through the help of our quartiles. All right, and in this case, we particularly arrange the data in terms of your minimum and maximum values. Then we find their various quartiles. We calculate interquartile. We get our upper fence and the lower fence with the help of these calculated values, and then if your value go beyond this minimum and the maximum region, we will call it as outliers. So that's the definition of the outliers. Those who are not understanding what exactly the outliers are, that's the explanation for you all. Then many of you were messaging me in terms, what is this meaning of outliers? So hopefully I've understood this. What exactly the outliers are. All right. Yes, correct. Values which will be less than the minimum and the values which is greater than the max, they will be considered as outliers. All right, this is your B, and here you can just say that actually one more answer could be there. What could be the another answer if one possible answer will be there? And we can take mode value as well to an extent. So median could be there one, and the other could be mode. Mean will be definitely get affected by the outliers, right? So mean will be definitely get affected. Medians and mode are not that much get affected from the outliers if we need to see our samples. Our mean will be definitely get affected. Medians and mode will be not get affected when we check our outliers value. When we will have outliers in our data, correct? So that could be, let's go and stick to this B as an answer. One possible answer could be your mode, which will be also unaffected from the outliers part. So let's move ahead. In hypothesis testing, the proposed model is built on, alright, answers. Entire data set, test data set, small data set, training data set. We are talking about proposed model. Remember, we are talking about proposed model. Remember, we are talking about a proposed model. That means it is related to what? It will be related to your algorithms, machine learning, right? Just look into this part to give the answer. Don't just look into the hypothesis testing. Otherwise, most of you will say that the sample data set, right? But you have to look for the proposed model. To create a proposed model, we need a training data set. That is more than enough. We don't create a model, or we don't propose a model for the entire data set, so this will be rejected. Small subset may or may not be, but most importantly, the terms should be your training data set and testing data set. Testing data set will play a role in, it is used for your accuracy, performance of your model. It is checked by your test data set. So what is left? Correct answer will be training data set. Test data set is basically used for measuring the accuracy, performances of the model, whereas the training data set is used to create our model, to propose our model, and on this training data set, we measure the performances by the basis of test data set. Okay, so correct answer D. Quite a simple one. Beautiful Soup library is used for, one and only one answer will be there. Web scraping. So that is it. This is all about our last part, our one more chapter over here. Now I think I'm planning to start chapter number 4 first before we go into the more steps. Should be ready to have some Python environment and some Python Python things if we can do. That will add on to our skills, and this will be really helpful in breaking down our complex part in an easy way by applying some practicals over it. So I will leave that chapter number 3 for later part, and I wanted to start with our lesson number 4, which talks about Python setups and its essentials. That means we are into the practicals now. So hopefully till here everybody has understood it. If you have got any questions which I have missed out, please ask it in the chat window, and else I'll give you the instructions I think we have got 10 minutes left before we go for our break. So we can set up our environment either by using Anaconda, or if you are not that user friendly and you don't know how doing the installations work, then what I can do is I can give then you can use the lab part, which is also available to you, and you can access the Jupyter Notebook from there as well. So let me show you the Jupyter Notebook part. I'll wait for a minute. Okay, those who have Anaconda already installed, that's great. I think none of the question has been posted yet. So I'll move ahead and I'll show you the steps. I think this is all right. So what is Anaconda and how does it work? That I'll discuss after the break, and how it is helpful. Let us first try to do the setup quickly, and let me guide you through this. So those who don't have the Anaconda part, let me show you the distribution of this, and let me also give you the access through the lab. I'll show you and I'll guide you there. So let me show you how does it work. And what exactly the Anaconda is providing us is a bunch of libraries, packages under one place, so that you don't have to keep on searching them. One easy way to access the lab is in your LMS. Everybody watch the screen. In your LMS, there is a practice labs. There you can go into the launch lab part and simply open it. And when you will open it, you will be able to see so as soon as you will click on it, it will automatically give you an access to the Jupyter Notebook. You have been allowed to use it for 50 hours. Okay, and as soon as you will start with the lab part, let me give you the guidance here. You can simply go to the practice lab and you can start the lab. It will take some time to boot and give you the Jupyter environment. This is the Jupyter Notebook environment. So try to do it once. This is your Jupyter Notebook environment. Okay, you can click on this full screen and it will show you the entire terminals, Python 3, console screen, notebook. If you have it started, then you can just write done in the chat. It is a pretty simple one. You can simply go to your LMS portal, you'll find practice labs. You can click on the practice labs and you will find the Jupyter Notebook part. Lab is working, everybody. Are you able to see this type of part? If you are able to see, please confirm in the chat. You have to just click on the lab, practice lab, and you need to start the lab. Automatically, it will be redirecting you to this part, and it will take some time to boot depending upon your internet. This will be using your internet uses. Meanwhile, the offline mode. For the offline mode, you need to do some heavy installations. Download is important first. So you just search for Anaconda and there is a download button here. Scroll below and go into the where it is. Let's go to the download tab. I think it has changed something, or maybe let's say Anaconda download. Okay, so let me show you this line. Okay, so here it is. I was just gonna show you this part. Let me show you the link. On one side, your lab is getting ready. On the other side, please follow this link. And you will be having the list of Anaconda installers. You'll be having the list of Anaconda installers. We are having the list of installers here. Once we have the list of installers, depending upon your environment, if you are on Windows, you can follow the 64-bit graphical installer. If you are on Macintosh, you can go for 64-bit graphical installer. And if you are on Linux, again 64-bit. Once you have selected them, these 64-bit installers, it will take some time to get downloaded. It will take some time to get downloaded. Obviously, you can see the size. It's 594, 591. All right. Once it is downloaded, then we will try to install it. So I will show you this part after the break. Don't try to install it. If anybody has already installed Anaconda for their previous use cases for any project, no need to reinstall it. Yes, please download the Anaconda because we will need another libraries as well. Only Python is not enough for the data science. So we definitely need the Anaconda. I have given you the link. You can follow, scroll below. In the end, in the different distributions, you will click on and you will go to the down below. And depending upon your OS, you can select the 64-bit installers. Once you will click on it, it will get downloaded. If you are a beginner, please don't try to install it. Just download it and keep it ready. Coming back to our practice lab, hopefully everybody's practice lab is booted up and it looks like this. Everybody's lab is ready. I mean, let the computer download these things, but your lab is ready. All right. So either you use this offline mode or you use this. I mean, you should know both this part so that sometimes maybe if you are unable to download this one properly or install it successfully, then in that case, in that scenario, your lab is already there, so you can try to use it. Okay, so there is a full screen button there. Now there is an option of Notebook and Python 3. You click on this, Notebook and Python 3, and this will open your notebook environment. And here, you will start writing your code line by line. Let's say, for example, my first line of the code is print function, and I will just write a test code of hello Python. Just write a test code with hello Python, shift and enter. The shortcut to run is either play the run button or shift plus enter. Python is an interpreter based programming language. So you can execute each line, and for every line you will get an output. Alright. The shortcut is shift plus enter. Shift plus enter. Shift plus enter is the correct the way to run it, the shortcut to run it. Or you can have this play button. There's a download button here on this side. So if your work is over, you can just simply right click on this file name and you can click on the download button. It will download your file on your local machine in your local OS. Okay. Those who don't want to waste their hours for the lab, you can simply click on, this is used to create all these environments, as you can see. Alright. Once your work is over, you can click on file and you can shut down. Once your work is over, you can click on file and you can shut down. This shutdown will stop your server, and your clock that was ticking will be also stopped. That means you are no longer connected to the lab. If you have missed out, I will be showing you once again. Now pay attention. There's an option of there is an option of Launch Lab. I'll click on it. Click on the Launch Lab. I'll click on it. It will take some time. Click on File. You will find all the options to download it, to shut down it. All these options are on File. No, the lab will be always live. If you wanted to work, you have to work in the online mode. There will be no offline mode. And every hour will be counted. That's why it is important to shut down when your work is over in Simplilearn's environment. It is taking some time here. Alright, so we are back live here. Okay. When you have taken it for the first time, you will get an interface there. You need to select the Python 3. When you do it for the first time, it will show you the option. You will select Python 3. And when you will select it as Python 3, you will be redirected to this Jupyter Notebook where you can write the code. So select your Python 3 from the lab, that is your first option. You will be redirected to your notebook. In the options, you will find the notebook and Python 3. Once you are into this part, this is for 50 hours or whatever the hours has been given to you. I think it will be 50 most commonly. There are options to start new notebook. There are options to download this. There are options to shut down this. All these are available here. Once your work is over, you can shut down it to stop your clock ticking. Click on File, shut down, scroll below. So somebody was asking where is the shutdown. Here is the shutdown. Alright, so if you don't want to perform the installation today, you can work on your Jupyter Notebook, which is available in our practice lab. If your work is over, simply shut down it and it will stop the access to the Jupyter Notebook. Can't work in the offline mode for the practice lab, which is available to us. For the offline mode, we will discuss about how to install the Anaconda flavor in our after the break session. Alright, so this is done, everybody. Finished? Download you can do. Don't install it. I will guide you how to do the proper installations. If you are doing it for the first time, you might do it wrong. So don't do it if you have not done earlier. Just make it available in your machine. Just download it and keep it with you with Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever the flavors you are having. Alright, so cool, we are done with this. Let's go for our break. We are over. And after the break, we will be into our practicals of chapter number 4, which is Python. Thank you so much, everybody. Let me do some formalities of polling activity. And I'll start the clock after 2 minutes. We'll have a 20-minute break. Polling is on. And I'll start the clock after 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. We'll see you after the break. Hello everybody, welcome back. Participants, a request to everybody, as we have already clarified at the beginning of yesterday's session, that we don't encourage anybody to create these groups and share it on our platform. So please avoid this. All right. So we were at the discussion of the Anaconda installations. Let me help you with that. Participants, please show your presence in the chat. Let's get started. So let me give you the instructions so that we can perform the installation. And meanwhile, if it is going to take time for you to get installed with this Anaconda part, then you can perform for the time being in the, or if you face any challenges, I don't feel that there will be any much more bigger challenges, but still, if anybody is not comfortable working on these, if you are not, especially if you are from the non-IT fields, then for them, you can easily use your practice lab, which is ready to use, that I have already explained. So let me give you the instructions, how to install. So let me give you the quick installation software guide. I'm just sharing on the screen. So all the participants, please see here. Okay. Just few setup things. Maybe the UI will be a bit older as this is for 2019. So first of all, you will click on the software. Okay, just double click on the software, click on next, like any normal software. Then it will ask you for license agreement. You will click on I agree. There's one change that I'll encourage everybody to do, and that is make your Anaconda and provide it all the admin privileges at the beginning. So in spite of installing it for just me, you need to kindly install it for all users so that your Anaconda will have the admin privileges and you can easily install your other necessary softwares if you will require at the later part of your learning. Not only just data science, maybe in future if you will use, then it will be easy for you to perform installing other libraries in your Anaconda platform. So this is one change that you will make. By default, it is just me. Please select all users and then click on next. As you will do the next, it will ask you as an admin that you click on yes and then you proceed ahead. This will be the path where all these things will be installed. So these are installed in C program data and Anaconda 3. It will take near about, I think, more than 3 gigabytes. It will take in the space in the memory. Select both the options which include your add Anaconda to the system path environment variable and also select your register Anaconda as. So this option will be, first option will be automatically checked. Second option, you need to check it manually. So make sure that your Anaconda is added as a system path environment variable, which will help you to install other libraries and your entire environment will know that you have installed the Anaconda part. So select your first option. You need to click on the checkbox. If it is disabled, no problem. Click on install and go ahead. And maybe the new options is, if it is grayed out, please go ahead and just do the installation. That's it. If your first option is not enabled, don't worry. Leave it and do the installation. For our data science, all the libraries are already there in this. So we might not need any other libraries. All right, so I'll walk you through all these steps. You click on the software, it will give you the UI. Click on next. I agree. This one change I will recommend to everybody. from just me, change it to all users so that your software will have the all admin privileges. Click on yes, provide, it will ask you that whether you wanted to give the access, provided yes. Then click on next, this will be the path where this will get installed. And then as you are all seeing, the second option is gray out, so this will be not enabled. You can, if you can check it, it's okay. If you are not able to check, then leave it. First option, second option should be checked, and then you click on install. It will take some time, and after your installation is over, you can click on the start button and you can type Jupyter Notebook. So it will open like this. This is our main IDE, which is web-based IDE. Alright, so meanwhile it is getting installed, all eyes should be on your screen, and just watch it how I'm guiding you. So you click on Jupyter Notebook Anaconda 3, it opens this black screen which is called as kernel. And this should be always running. I think my previous kernel is already there, so I'll close it. And I'll start again. Wait a second. Alright, so I'll start again. Click on start. After your successful installation, then only you will able to see the Jupyter Notebook. Installation will take some time. So you will click on the software, just normal click. No need to open the Anaconda part. Just open Jupyter Notebook. It will be a web-based environment, so it will open like this. So straight away open in your home page. In case if it does not redirect you to the and it doesn't get open in your browser, then you need to copy this link. And remember, if you are working in the Jupyter Notebook, till then, don't close this. Don't close this Jupyter Notebook environment. Alright, don't close this. This is the URL which you can copy. In case this is only for if your home page does not get open in your browser. So in that case, you will copy this first link. You'll go to your tab, a new tab, and paste the URL at the top. Press enter. Automatically it will change to localhost 8888, and this is your home page. Let's get the introduction of our environment where we will be working. Meanwhile, your installations, let it get installed. Let's get our introduction part. So on the right hand side, there is an important thing which is called as new and Python 3. This is used to create your new Jupyter Notebook. So every time you will be working on the Jupyter environment, you will click on new and you will click on Python 3. It will open your new Jupyter Notebook by the name of Untitled 1. By default, it will be named as Untitled 1. And that's how your browser environment will look like. There are multiple options here. Let me guide you through all these multiple options, important ones. First one is your file. This is used to create your new notebook or to open the notebook. By default, the Python extension file, I'll just write here some important part. The Python extension is .py, and Jupyter Notebook extension, it is named as Jupyter Notebook. Its extension is .ipynb. Python.py Jupyter Notebook .ipynb. So this will have an extension of ipynb. You will have a file name .ipynb. That's how it will be named. Okay, I'll talk about it all these things later. Let's go to our a few more details which will be available to us. Talking about the Alright, so what exactly Anaconda is and why it is popular? And it is one of the most important software platform that is used by the data scientists. The importance of the Anaconda is because of that it is already have all the libraries, whatever the libraries we have discussed in our previous sessions, those libraries are available. That means it has got the support of Python. Not only just give you the support of Python, but other libraries like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Scikit-learn, SciPy. These all important libraries are already available. And those are not available, you can install it. You can easily install it. So that's make your Anaconda as one of the most important tools because you already get your libraries. You don't have to install them explicitly. And many libraries are already installed. Let's proceed ahead. Why Anaconda? So open source Python distribution is there. It has got more than 400 popular packages. That's what I was talking about. Why Anaconda? It has got a lot of important libraries related to your data science libraries and related to other Python libraries. It is enterprise ready data analysis, analytics platform. So could be connected to the cloud as well. There is something called as Anaconda Cloud. If you wanted to use it for the enterprise level, you can get the support of Anaconda Cloud as well, and there also you can run it. Okay, but that will be paid account. Obviously, this will be paid environment. Okay. So it supports your multi-workload analytics, which will allow you to run multiple analytics jobs in parallel. This will depend upon your resources. So at the same time, you can run multiple notebooks. It also supports modern computing like big data environments, Hadoop, Spark, GPUs. So you can start using your CPU mode and GPU modes as well. It provides interactive visualization. All those libraries are available, and you can run them in your environment, in this only environment, and you can present your output. There used to be earlier two flavors, so this is bit of no use now because we are only having now Python 3. You know this one, that earlier we used to have two flavors of Python. One used to be Python 2 and the other used to be Python 3. Now this is not more supported officially. There is no support. So ignore this. We will only focus on our Python 3. The reason why Python 3 is got more popular than Python 2 is the support of the libraries. A lot of libraries are there which are basically got designed to support for this particular version. Especially I'm talking about in terms of data science. So that's the reason why we are only left with the Python 3 version and not with the Python 2 version. Installation steps we have already talked about. So you can follow that as I have described you. And now the Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Notebook is open source and interactive web-based Python interface for data science and scientific computing. Some of its advantages is that it provides very rich and powerful Python language support. It allows you to create and share Jupyter Notebook, and this could be downloaded or this could contribute to other notebooks online. It has got several interactive widgets which make your data manipulation and data visualization easier. Also, this could be presented, this is also used for nice presentations of your project. You have the support of adding a lot of text to this Jupyter Notebook, which makes Jupyter Notebook as one of the most popular used your web-based Python interface where the data scientists can write their code and they can present their code as well. So this was the way to install the Jupyter Notebook if you wanted to install it. So nowadays it is not required, it is already available. So this is like something outdated part. And to get it started, this is how it looks like. Remember, this is a web-based. This black screen, what you see here. Hopefully you can see it. Here where it is. Yeah. So I was talking about if you are working on the Jupyter Notebook, please remember that you will not close this window. You will not close this window. Okay. So keep it live until you are not finished with your job. All right. Let's see some of the important things. There's a save button here. There is an auto save option which is always enabled. I think after every 5 seconds or 10 seconds, it will automatically save your all the work. So you don't have to press the save button. Let's go to the file part and let's see it. We click on file and you see the new notebook. You can start a new notebook here. Parallelly, you can run multiple notebooks in your environment. Renaming is there. We can easily rename it. So click on at the top and I'll name it as Python. I'll just name it as Python and I'll just name it as simply Learn. Press enter and it will be renamed. Simply just click on this and rename your notebook as Python notebook. You all can name it as Python notebook. I'll name it as Python simply Learn. Alright. Now, in this case, you have got a download as option which will be really important for you. You can download it as Python file or you can save it as IPYNB file, which is your Jupyter Notebook. These are two important ones. If you will download it as an HTML file, you can simply double click and you can see all this as a notebook, as a text. Alright, basically you will not able to run it as a file, but you will able to see, you will able to view it. So these are your part with related to your Jupyter Notebook part. Some important things, please note down here, some important part. There's a plus button here. Plus button is used to insert new cells below. Plus is used to insert new button. In the middle also you can add it. In the middle also you can open it. Or you can simply close your cut cells. Is your installations over, guys? Jupyter Notebook, all this Anaconda installation is over. Please notify me in the chat. Then it will be easy. We can get started and then we can talk about other changes. Installation, not yet. Okay, so meanwhile, you can just take the just use the lab, okay? For the time being, use lab. Participants, please use lab for the time being, because I think we don't have that. We can't wait for the time being. Once your installation is over, you know the process. I'll tell you once again. Once your installation is finished, type start. Just open your start and type here Jupyter. Jupyter. Spelling is Jupy. So it's kind of a Jupyter here. Don't write Jupi. These are silly mistakes that people usually do. So just write Jupyter and you need to just simply click on it. As soon as you will open, you'll click on it. It will open this black screen. Don't close this black screen. This is basically your kernel. And it will directly open a home page. If in case after your kernel is running and still your Jupyter Notebook does not redirect you to the home page, in that case you can copy this URL and paste it over the URL space in the browser, whichever the browser you are using, Safari or your Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome like me. Alright. So having said that, if your installation is still not done, please launch the lab and let's get started with our practicals part. There is a run button here, which is basically used to run all your code. Shortcut is Shift plus Enter. So let's get started with our Python part. Alright, so let's get started with this. Let's get started with our Python part, everybody. So today's rest of the things we will be discussing about all our Python part. Let's see how much we can finish. The codes I will copy in the chat window. So in case if you are not good with the typing, you can copy the code from the chats. Okay. First important thing, older version. Okay. In the archive, you can find here archive. In the archive, you can find your older versions. So maybe you can take some 2019 version or 22 version. I'll show you the link. In case, I think this is only for one participant. So you can download maybe a 2019 version. And please, while taking it, please ensure that you will download this cross 86, cross 64. Don't download this cross 86. This is for 32-bit specifically. So you need to download this cross 86 underscore 64. That is for your 64-bit. And you will, hopefully it is for Windows, right? So you have to download the Windows version, which is b.exe. So download and do the installation just like that. And please check your year while downloading. Like this is 2019, so you can follow this one to download. Okay. Any other issues anybody facing? Whatever the Anaconda version is there for today's session, it will be enough. Let's get started. The first thing that we'll discuss is the comments. Hash. We write the hash and we create a comment. This is Python single line comment. This is your Python single line comment. Shift and enter is a shortcut to execute it. Shift and enter is a shortcut to execute it. So this is your first line. This is your one single line Python single line comment. Next, how to create a multiple line comment. There is no access support of multiple line comment. What we have is a paragraph. So let's create here 3 continuous single inverted commas or 3 continuous double inverted commas. Let me tell you one important thing about the Python at the beginning. In Python, either you write like this or you write like this. Both are same. Both are treated as same. That means in double quotes and single quotes, what you write, double inverted commas or single inverted commas, both are treated as same in Python. Both are treated as same in the Python language. The first thing that we will discuss will be your variables and assignments after these comments and all. And then we will go into our various data structures and so on. So in case of Python, I was just showing you this thing. Once you write in single inverted commas or double inverted commas, that will be treated as your strings only. Both are same. Just a second. Alright, so let me write here the multiple line comment. This is syntax for paragraph, string paragraph. This could be also used for multiple line comment. Also can be used for multi-line comment. Now let's write here some function, just additionally I'm writing here. Yes, doc string I'm talking about. Hello world. We just write here hello world. All story begins with this. You'll press shift and enter. Why it's taking so much of time to get executed? Stuck somewhere. Needs a restart, I guess. So in case if you get this type of scenario, right, there is an interrupt the kernel button. So in that case, what we do is we just click on this interrupt button. All right. So this will interrupt your things. It looks like that this is stuck somewhere. Let's not waste time. Let's restart our kernel once again. I'll close it and I'll start again to make our things back in the work. Kernel is this blank screen which is hosting our home page. Don't close the black screen. That's your All right, back to the work. I guess I think nothing got stored here. Maybe some issue with the Jupyter Notebook. Sorry, our kernel. I'll try again. This is Python single line command. Next was this is Python's multi-line command. Now let's add here print hello world. Shift and enter, and that's how the things work. Please ensure here, just like remember, this is how you can start working. Let me add you the second part in the chat. You can straight away copy it from this and you can paste it in your cell. I'll just try to run it by using shift plus enter. The advantage is that you will get a new cell. In spite of using this play button or run cell part, prefer using shift plus enter because you will get a new cell. Otherwise, you have to first click on run, then click on plus to insert the new cell below. All right. So prefer using shift plus enter. Shift plus enter. Okay. At the beginning, I wanted to discuss about all the different varieties of keywords that we are having. Keywords are quite an important one. They are stored values, and let's see the list of your keywords that is used by your Python. For this, we can use a function called as import keyword. Importing packages. This is related to the importing packages or libraries. In Python, it is done by import. It's like an include in C++. Let's import here the package. We write import. Import is also a keyword. The package name is keyword. Let's print here. Let's write here keyword dot kw list, and it will display all the list of the keywords that is available to us. Alright, so this is all about your list of keywords. Alright. In the newer version, the length of the keyword is 36. Older version, it was 35. Python actually gives you an access to a lot of pool of built-in functions. One of the function which I like to introduce, this is your built-in function called as len. Len function returns you the length. Len function returns you the length of all this value. We take here keyword kw list. This will give you the total length of the list. I'll get 35 because I'm using a little older version, 6 months old or 7 months old. If you have just installed, you will get 36 as your total length. So len is inbuilt. This is your inbuilt function, which is available in your Python, and this returns total length or size of variable. Whatever the variable value you have passed, it will calculate what is the total size of it and it will return it. So in this, your variable which is keyword.kwlist, it has got 35 length. So total number of keyword in my case is 35. As we will proceed ahead, we will use these keywords at different places, and then I'll explain you what are the use cases of these keywords. After we have understood this, all basic fundamentals, that how to import a package, built-in functions, print functions to display the value, comments, we are ready to move ahead with our introduction to identifiers. That means, how does we declare the variable? So what is the legal way of checking it? So let's get started. Variables declaration. Maybe it will be using my same version. If you got 35, maybe it will be, you can check it your Python version, by the way, and that will give you all things. Okay, let's get started with our identifiers part. Let us check our identifiers. That means, what are the legal way of actually declaration of the variable? In Python, the variable declaration is quite easy. Okay, now something new. Just look at here, because you might be watching. Everybody, please pay attention here. Some important aspect. How does we can add comment in our Jupyter Notebook? I'll replace the code with markdown here. There's an option of markdown. We go to the markdown and we write here hashes 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can write the name. Let's say I wanted to discuss here about identifiers and variables first. So we will discuss about what is a valid way of identifier. Identifier will include your variable names, functions names, all these names. Let's shift and enter and execute it. So we got here the identifiers list or the variables. Let's discuss it. So did you understood how does it is now text? Why it is text? Because I have converted the cell, which is by default code, as markdown. Inside the markdown, you can use n number of hashes. This hashes includes your h1, h2, h3, h4 headings, heading size. I have used 4 hashes. This means it is h4 size. As you will decrease the size, your size of this identifier will get bigger and bigger. So hopefully you have understood how to add text and make your Python notebook much more better readable. This is only for making your notebook much more better readable format so that you can go to the topics that you wanted to study later. Okay, so I'll use a lot of markdown part. Hopefully you have understood, everybody, how the markdown is used to create text, to add text to your code. Okay, first, the legal way to declare a variable. Var equals to 10. This is a valid variable name. We can write text plus number, and then you will simply write equals to and the value. This value will define the nature of the variable. That means what type of variable is this will be actually defined by the value when you are initializing it. Okay, what is illegal? There is no, I add it like this, underscore 1, or you can write like var1. These are all legal. I just add underscore 1. I like that way. What is illegal? One var. That means identifier or your variable should not begin with numerical. It should not start with a number. Your variable name should not start from the number. One var equals to, let us say I wanted to declare it as a string, like new string variable. So I'll get an error and I'll generate this error so that you can know that this is a syntax error. This is a syntax error. Why it is a syntax error? Because your variable name cannot begin from a number. This is legal. The first one is legal. The second one is an illegal way of creating your identifiers or your variable name. Should not begin with a number. Next. So this error is coming up. This error is basically to tell you this is your variable name. We are talking about the variable name here. That what is the legal way of declaration of a variable which will store this particular value. So right side will decide the nature of the variable name or identifier name. Okay, next. Let's perform here invalid. Okay, so another invalid one. You cannot use any keyword. Import was my keyword, right? I cannot declare it like this. Why? Because it is a keyword. This is also invalid to use keyword as your identifier name or your variable name. That's again an error. Invalid syntax. Keyword are your set of list that we generated at the top. These are all reserved keywords. You cannot use these. These are your predefined words, reserved words, which will be used by the Python to perform certain tasks, to perform certain operations. And this will be used by us as we will proceed ahead. Like you can find if here. We already know the word import. Import keyword is used to import the packages, import the packages. Correct? So cannot be used. Import is also your reserved keyword which you can find here. Alright, so these are your keywords. Next. What is valid? Underscore equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a valid one. can start variable with underscore. This is a valid one, underscore. So if somewhere you see underscore, basically you can see that it will be acting as a variable which will store some value or maybe returning you some value. You can also start the name as var1. This is also legal, which will be your new variable, and this is also legal. Okay. So hopefully have you understood all these part. The beginning you should be clear about how to declare the variables. Complete it till here. I'll wait for a minute, and then we will go for our next set of. So we'll be going into our data structures now after this. The data types, the various data types. Okay, let's get started. The basic data types. This includes numerical part. In the numeric, integer is there, float is there. The list of the data types. On one side we have got integer, the other side will be having float. So can store both the type of data. Numbers ranging from -infinity to +infinity, or the decimal values, float values. String is another basic data type that we have. In Python, single inverted comma or double inverted comma, both could be used to declare your string data type. In the basic data type, what we have next is your Boolean value will be defined as T capital true or F capital false. We'll have either T capital true or F capital false. Okay. Basic data types. Basic data types. Let's declare our variable number 1. Let's say first we will declare our integers. In Python, variables of data types of integer. In Python, sorry, wait a second. I'm writing here. This is integer data type declaration. We just learned about how to declare an integer data type. Okay. Let's check it. Type function. Type function returns the data type of this variable. This will be integer. What is interesting here is that when you put them in print function, it says that it is class. It is class int. I'll discuss about when I'll tell you what is exactly the classes are. For the time being, understand, in Python, every variable will be an object of its class data type. So this variable is an object that we created of class integer. This value will be basically used to create an object. Print function is used to print the data. Type function returns you the data type. Print function is only for print. Type is basically for displaying the data type. Type is used for displaying the data type. Yes, this much is enough, but you didn't listen. I was saying that what print does returns you that it shows that to which class this variable belongs to. That was the reason why I put them into the print. So you can keep it like this. Print of. In Jupyter Notebook, this is also the advantage that you don't have to put everything inside the print function. But in other IDEs, you might require print, okay? And you need to put your variable inside that print function. Only then you will be able to see the output. That's the advantage of using Jupyter Notebook. One more advantage. Float type of data. Variable underscore 2 equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 point 6, 7, 8, 9. Float type of data. Float data type declaration. So you'll put here a decimal. That's your another variable that we created. Again, you can put them in type function, which will return you the data type of this variable. So that's the utility of type function, which returns you the data type. The value, if you wanted to see the value, for that you need to just write the variable name inside the print function, or you can also write the simple variable name as well. That will be also enough to display that what is the value which is inside this variable. So either you put them in print function or without print function is also enough. Without print function also this is enough. Next, in Python, there is no character data type. All we have is strings. Declare strings. Start with var underscore 3 should be equals to, this is string data type. Another variable number 4. This is also a string data type. This is also string data type. So either you put them in double inverted or single inverted, both will be your strings only. You can put them in 3 consecutive single inverted or 3 consecutive double inverted to create as a doc string or to create as another paragraph, which will be of a string type only. Let's check the type of both. Var underscore 3. This is also str, which is denoting your string. So either you write var underscore 3 type or type of var underscore 3 or type of var underscore 4. Both will be returning you str. Okay. Next data type, complex. Python is really good with the maths. I mean, you do a lot of magical things here, and it can handle all the varieties of the math thing. I mean, it has got in itself, it has got an import library called as math. to perform your mathematical operations. It supports complex numbers. Complex numbers is a combination of real plus imaginary. So how does we declare it? We write, let's say this is our variable number 6, which will be equals to 32 plus 55j. Remember, in this case, you cannot use any other value. Here you have to restrict yourself only initializing the imaginary part by j. So imaginary part will be only be initialized with the j part, and this will be your real number. This is complex. Next, how to okay, Boolean values. Of course, we have to take our Boolean values, truth and false. Only J will be used, cannot use any other alphabet. Yes, you should try to write if you can do, otherwise you will be having the recording, so you can access it. The chats and everything gets recorded, so you can access our code. That's the reason why I'm putting them in the chat window, so that you can copy side by side and execute them. If you are unable to follow, so then you can do it later once you will receive the recordings, which will take near about 24 to 48 hours through your LMS. You can access it. The choice is yours. Let's go for the Boolean values. So other question which has been put up here was about the imaginary value. Imaginary value will be only indicated by the j, only j. Boolean. These are your reserved keywords. True. T capital, only T capital. Next is bool underscore 2 should be equals to false. Shift and enter. Google Drive link will be shared from next week. This week there are some technical glitches, so it will be shared from next week. Okay. Right. After we have declared all this, let us discuss about how does we perform multiple. There could be multiple variable declarations, multiple assign. You can do multiple assign declaration. You can do to your multiple variables. So let's say int var, which will store your integer value, str var, which will store your string type of data, and float var, which will store your float variable. So let's take your values. Integer will store integer. This is Python string. This will store your Python part, and then we go with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dot 5, 6, 8. This is your multiple variables will be particularly storing up. Int var will be initialized with this 10,000 value, and so on. So I think we are just done with this, all this part, and just to compare here, all these things are done here. Multiple assignments done, type function done, print function done. Everybody's finished till here? Can I have a quick done in the chat? If you all have finished till here, please write done in the chat window. Yes, bool1 is a variable name. Bool2 is also your variable names, which will store your true and false. It will be always T capital and F capital. Okay, after we have done with this, let us discuss some of the important data types. Starting with, I'll do the first list part. Let's start our discussion with the list part. It will return you while comparing the conditions. Some conditions we can check, and that conditions, once it is true, like we can compare if I is equals to. Alright, so it will compare and it will check and it will return you the conditions. So it will compare the conditions and accordingly it will return you the Boolean results, the Boolean type, which will be your true and false values. We can take some example here. Maybe it will be used to declare your none type as well. So suppose we have got again example here. You can take, say, some var value. Say I'll take what is our value? Var 3, var 4, right? So let's say if var 4 is declared as none, none is also a reserved value. Yes, multiple variables can be declared in single line, separated by comma. This is your first variable, this is your second variable, this is your third variable equals to values, separated by comma. If you will display their values, you will able to see, okay, print int var, str var. So you will see their values. In fact, in the Python, you can write multiple variables separated by comma. Separated by comma. Done here? Okay. I was just discussing about what is the use case of these Boolean values. So we can take simply that var which is declared or initialized with none, and we can just write that whether we can see whether this is, if this is none or not, is none. So this will return you true or false. Okay, it will be, if it is initialized with certain value, let's say if your var 4 is initialized with some numbers, then this will return you false. This will return you false. So obviously your var 4 is not none. One will return you true, the other else will return you false. So hopefully everybody has clear till now. Next is primitive data types. Your main data types, your main data structures, the collection of data structures that we have to take. Data types are done. Now data structures will begin. The first data structure is that I'll discuss here is list. Very important, quite an important one. Let's check that. And their inbuilt methods are also important. Let's get started with our data structures. This was all about your data types, basic data types. Now we will start with our data structures. First one in the list is, so the first one in this is list data type. Okay, some important points here. Lists are mutable, heterogeneous, data types. Mutable means, what is the meaning of mutable? What is the meaning of mutable? We can modify it. We can modify this value. Whatever the data will be stored inside this, we are allowed to make changes in them. Okay. Let us start our discussion with empty list. Empty list declaration. Sometimes you just wanted to declare a variable without any value of list type. Two ways are there. List underscore 1 equals to function square bracket. Square bracket is the indication that this is your list data type. So empty list, this variable will be of list type. That's one way. Second method will be, again I'll do the same. I'll keep the variable same, as this is just the methods to declare or to create an empty list. Now this will be not compulsory, but sometimes it will be required. Maybe you don't wanted to initialize with any buffer values, right? You wanted to later you wanted to add the entries into this. So that's where you can use this empty list declaration. Okay, let's get started with our list 2. Now here I will add some values. Let's add some values here. True, false. All these elements will be separated from each other. Let's write here A, B, C, D. I'll write here some numbers, some big numbers here. I'll write some float entries. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dot 7, 8, 9. This is list data structure. Next, we can also add your imaginary value and the real value. That's your list 2. Now let's check here the print function. Along with that, we will take a type, and I'll put here the list underscore 1. This will return you the class list. This will return you the class list. That's your first part. Declare the list. Now we will learn about how to, as you know that this is a mutable one, right? So a lot of inbuilt functions are there which we can use, and we can update our list as per our requirement. Okay. Let us start with first append method. List has got append method. Now you don't have to memorize these methods, okay? It's a very nice method, very nice way to get all these list methods. You write dot operator and press tab. If it doesn't come at the first time, just do it multiple times. This will respond you all the list of the methods that we are having. Starts from the append, clear, copy, count, extend. All these methods we will discuss one by one. You will write dot and press tab. Write dot and press tab to get the list of the methods which are supported by your list data type. All right, moving ahead, let's start using our first method, append method. List has got append method, and what is the use of it? To add a new value at the end. At the end of the list, a new value could be added. This could be added by directly the variable, through the variable, or through the value itself. So you can put here some values here. Maybe let's say my new value will be, okay, reverse order 98765432 I'll send you the list of the values. Please create your list and do your first function, which is as append. Okay. You can simply write list2, or you can put them in print function to display the values. So you can see that in the end, your new value has been added. Now, if you don't want these values to be presented in this way, put them in print function, and it will be presented in a line. I like this way. All right. So you can see that your value is successfully appended. Please don't execute this twice, otherwise your another duplicate entry will be created. So just execute it once. List does support your multiple entries, duplicate entries. They will be available and of different data types. Now, how does I wanted to copy the content of my list2 in my another list variable. The best way, when I wanted to just copy the value, I wanted to do the copy, I will write list_2 dot copy function. This will copy only the content. Only the values will be copied, and it will be stored back inside the list3. Copy values and stores in a new list _3. So list3 will be again declared as a list. Append means adding a new value in the end. Append means adding at the end. Okay, please copy the content by using copy function. So list3 and list2 will be now have the same value. Okay, next thing, let me show you. Another way of copying the content could be, you might be saying, okay, let's do it like this. List4 equals to list_2. When I write equals to, what does this mean? So, you might be saying that, okay, it is copying the content. Fine. This looks exactly same. Now let me do the changes. Here. In list2. So you saw that last value which I appended in the list2 was this value, right? So list4 will be containing till this value. List3 is also containing till this value. So what's the difference between when you do it like this or when you do it like this? Copy and list4 part. So let's see that. We'll write here list_2 dot. I'll append a new value, and the new term is true. Okay, it is appended. That means now my list2 will have our last entry. Everybody watch the screen. What is the last entry now? True. Okay, what is the last entry in 3 part? List3. It is still at 987. Okay, so list3 is basically has copied till this particular point. Whatever the value was there, it has created a new list, and it has copied the content into this part. But what is list4? List4 is basically a reference to the list2. That means whatever you will do to your list2, this will get automatically updated in the list4. So it's not just copying the value, but it is now reference of your list2. So if you will update the list2, your list 4 will be automatically get updated. That's the difference between when you write copy and when you write equals. So basically what happened, now let's go here. I think somebody is asking about the, yes, let's say here when you write like this, basically now this is basically now the reference to our list 2, and in this case, whatever the changes you will make in your list 2 will be reflected to the list 4 as well. In other terms, you can say that your variable 1 or your list 4, this is your variable number 2, this is your variable number 1, both are now basically referring to the same memory location. So if any changes you will make in the list 2, this will be reflected in the list 4 as well. Alright? Yes, so that's it. This is how about your equals to and the copy is working. Now let's go to the next part. So this is called as your copy by reference. This is called as copy by reference. That's the name. Okay. Or the other name also you can call it as a deep copy. That could be also there. These are the terms, copy by reference, deep copy. And whereas this one is called as shallow copy. That's just the name, shallow copy, and this one is deep copy. Now let's go ahead to our next part. So hopefully I've understood this point. Now we'll see some more methods, some of the more important methods. So let's complete them. Just 4. Maybe I'll just take here the, okay, let's clear some content here. Clear all data. Differences were when you write list 4 equals to 2, both are now, list 4 is basically now a reference, is referring to the list 2. If you will make any update in this list 2, this will be also updated in the list 4, which never happens in the shallow copy. This is basically only copying the content, copying the data to your list 3. So when you will be updating the list 2, that will be not updated in the list 3, but it will be updated in the list 4. Because they both are referring to, this list 4 is a reference to your list too. That's the difference. Clear? Clear, everybody? Now let's check our next set of the examples. Clear all the data. So let's write here how to clear the content. We can write here list, let's say list 3. I'll write list 3 dot clear function. This will clear all the data, but it will not delete your list. Your list is still there. This will only clear the data. That means it will now be an empty list. After making a clear, it will be now an empty list. Suppose I wanted to delete it from the memory. Delete variable from memory. How does we do it? Del function. Correct. List underscore 3. This will be permanently deleting your variable. Now after this you will get an error. An error will be list 3 not found. List 3 not found means your list 3 is gone now. Okay. So del is to delete the variable permanently. It will be nowhere available in your memory as well. Whereas clear is only making it as an empty list. All the content will be deleted, but your list will be still present in the memory as an empty list. Next method. What is the next method? We have got list underscore 2 dot. Okay. Extend. Before I start with an extend part, let me discuss about. Suppose I wanted to add multiple entries, multiple values. So I can do it like this, right? Append and let us create a list. And I'll enter this list part. Let's say true, 1000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and some 99.99. This is we are trying to append an entire list. In the existing list, I'm trying to append an entire list, trying to add an. So this is about inserting multiple values into existing set of list. So the new value will be inserted. Okay. Let's display the list too. I'll put them in print function and let me show you. So what you see? You see a list getting inserted. It has inserted the entire list. Our expectation was that I wanted these values as a separate entries. But what happened? The resultant was that it actually inserted the list, this entire list as a single value. And now we have a scenario of list inside a list. Right? It's like your list is stored inside a list. So how to add multiple entries? Extend. Let's do the extend method. Just to differentiate, what is the difference between your extend method and your append method? Both are used to insert the value, but extend is used for inserting multiple entries. At one command, you can insert multiple entries. Everything will remain as it is. Only thing will be that your function will be changed to extend. What's the change now? That you'll find these values are now separated by commas. So they are now available as an new entries and as an individual values. That's the difference between your extend and append. Extend will enter multiple values. Append basically add as one value. How it is looking same. You need to have a closer look. So this is your list which has been inserted here, and in this the next part you can see that all these values are comma separated. Extend is used for inserting multiple entries, multiple values, adding multiple data. Just by one single command you can add multiple data into your existing list. Clear? Extend versus append. Okay, now next, what is our next part? Okay, append basically add your data at your end part, right, in the end part. How about if I wanted to insert in at a certain position? Insert. We'll use insert method. What is the use of insert method? This is basically to place a new value at a certain new position. Okay, before we proceed ahead, we have to study about forward indexing and backward indexes in Python. Just a minute. Let's take in a Python part and let's study about forward indexing and backward indexes. So imagine this is your list, and in these lists, your values are inserted like this. Values are inserted here. So let us say first entry is 10, next entry is 20, third entry is true, fourth entry is ABC, fifth entry is 1, 2, 3, sixth entry is 99.99, one more entry, let's say it is false. So all your different values are there. Every position, every value which is here contains two things, its value and its index position. There are two types of index positions you will be having. Forward indexing will be starting from 0, whole number. These are the index values associated with these positions. First entry is your 0 index position. The last entry is your 6 index position. Backward indexing. Last entry -1, very important. Last element. Easy to access. When you wanted to access the last element, use -1. This is called as forward indexing. And the bottom what you see is your called as backward indexing. Every position will have two things, index, comma value. Index will be either in the forward indexing position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 you will count, or you will count it from the backward with -1, -2, -3 and so on. This part is clear to everybody? The forward index and the backward index. This will be used for many. This will be used in many places. So please check it once, especially the beginners, those who have never used Python. This will be used for slicing the list data elements, and in many places this will be used. So please check it that every position will have a number. In the forward position, the numbers will be starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whereas in the backward it will be -1 to -7. That's how you will count. That's how you will be taking up. Okay. What is the index position for true? Still not clear about what is the extend and append. That extend will basically be adding up multiple entries. This is not a list. Here you can see that the list is added. So it's like a group of data which has been inserted. That's what the append does. Whereas in extend part, these are now individual elements. These are your individual elements. Whereas here, this is your one single element. Clear? When you append a list using append function, this will be considered as one single value. Whereas when you do it with the help of extend, these all are individual values as they are all separated by comma. Somebody was asking about the index and append, so just now. Alright, insert. Alright, what will be the index position for this one in forward indexing? 3. I wanted to insert a new value at that position. Now it is not going to replace the previous value, but it is going to insert a new entry. So let's insert a new entry. 3 comma new value. So just add a new value here. New value added at the index position 3. Don't execute it twice. New value inserted at index 3. Alright, we have learned about how to add entries. Now let's learn quickly about how to remove the elements. First is pop method. This is used for removing elements from list using index position. List underscore 3 dot pop, we will pass here the index position. Let us say, okay, by the way, wait a second, I didn't show you the output. So list 2. So list 2 is basically, you will check the print here. Print function list 2. So just check it. At the index position number 3, we had got this number, which is now replaced by a new value. Okay. Pop. Let's write here the indexes. This will take index position. Participants, just check it here. One important thing. We'll write here the pop part and we'll place here our index position, which is 0. When you write 0, what is at the index position we have got? What is the value? The value at the index position is true, right? Sorry, my list 2 is there. So this will eliminate true from our data. Insert is used to insert a new value at a specified position. When you are interested in adding a new data, appending a new data, not in the end, but at a certain position, that's where insert is used. So new value will be inserted at index position number 3. What was the earlier index position? At 3, what was the value? What was the value at index position number 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This has been shifted towards right, and at that position new value has been added. That's what the work of the insert function is. To insert a new value at the specified position, at a specified index position. Clear? Okay, pop deletes your data, pop removes your value by using index position. So whatever the index position you will write here, you know forward indexing and backward indexing, whatever you will write, that particular value will be gone. Suppose I wanted to remove this particular value, so what I will write, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and like that. You need to restill here and you need to write your specific value at this position, right? This will be eliminated. Next. In case you wanted to add more about this. That's it. We are done with our today's session. Just one example I wanted to do, so that we will not left with the list part. There is one example more. I didn't thought this will take this much time. Use -1. Just now we discussed about last element is done by -1. Remember backward indexing? In case you wanted to delete the last element and you don't know where it is ending, use -1. Okay, let's get started with the remove part. Remove removes the value by remove method delete element from list by value. That means you have to write the value that you wanted to remove. Paste the remove here, that's it. Now this value is gone. Pop will take index position, could be anything, forward indexing, backward indexing, whereas remove will remove by the value. That's it. This is all about all the methods. Rest all we will cover in our next upcoming sessions, which will be next week, and we will discuss about tuples, etc., all these things. No assignments till then. Just revise what we have discussed. Both the chapters, theory, hypothesis testing. Thank you so much, everybody. Yesterday's recording will be live after 24 hours more in the same LMS. So that's it. This is all about our today's lecture, today's session. We'll meet you everybody in the next week now. So hopefully you have finished. If anything is left, we will discuss it in our next part, and you can come out with your doubts. The first 5 minutes or 10 minutes, we can take it in the next week, the questions, and then we will continue working on Python. Pandas will, NumPy will be the next, and then pandas. These three important things we will cover first, and then we will back with our stats. So that will be the flow. So a lot of upcoming sessions will be full of Python and full of Python's packages. Closing Jupyter is simple. Close your kernel like this. Go to your start menu. This is your kernel. You can close it. As you will close it, you will say connecting to the kernel, and you can simply close all this window. Automatically, the file will be saved. If you are working in the lab, click on file and you will get an option of shutdown. Here we don't have it, but in the lab part, if you are working, you click on file and click on shutdown. Please do shut down it. So that's it. This is all about our today's session. Thank you so much everybody for joining today's lecture and for your wonderful participation. Bye-bye. Take care. We'll meet you in the next weekend. Over to the TA.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful session, Amit, and thank you everyone for your participation. So once we wrap up with this session, you will be seeing a feedback survey form in your browser, and I'll be sharing that in your chat box also. If you like the session, please rate us 5. For anything less than 5, please share your comments to help us understand what went wrong. It will help us to improve in the upcoming sessions. Thank you all for your time. Take care.